Hello. All right. We got an audience here. Just gonna make sure everything's working. And... no, that's not working. Let me fix that. There we go. Alright. I was going to change the sound of that. Turn the volume down just a little bit on that. Alright, so we're going to get started. Let me just set my camera here. Haha! It looks like we got, I think, it's Tina. Tina is the white llama. There's 3 llamas in total, and they're all pretty sassy and wiggly. All right, well, get comfortable and nice and cozy. Let's do a little chill stream. I'll basically do the voices. There isn't done. I won't do like actual voices, I'll just read out the lines. I am not a voice actor, so... but if there is no voice acting in the cutscenes, I will, you know, I'll do the thing. Okay, so everything looks like it's working nice and smooth. I had a glitch earlier, so... we should be back and ready to go. I might turn the gamma game up a little bit. Yeah, on my monitor, this you can see it, but on the stream it was hard to see. Okay, so that should be a lot better. Alright, so I believe this is where we start. I didn't actually look at it, but it looks like this is the quest. Yeah, a new world to explore. Okay. So we'll start off with Pictomancer, and then I'm also leveling my Dark Knight and Summoner, so I'll switch between them as we're doing content. But for the most part, we're starting completely at the beginning. Alright. Welcome back, Rohi. I've just had word from Aaronville. Seems he's managed to secure passage to Tyrol aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Thank you, Ojiga. Okay, main hall entrance. Okay, yeah, you can really tell there's a difference in the metal shaders, especially in this room. Much more shiny and reactive than before. And the lighting is like proper shadows. Okay, I'm gonna I can do this all day. Look at all the new stuff. Alright. Big world map. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Ernville himself. There he is. Ah, you're all here. Took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guildship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tyrol. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Ernville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrol, yes? We've not forgotten. The Nation of Tuliyollal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the Rite of Succession and support your bid to become Dawn servants. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kral? Yes, as far as we could determine from our old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn servants. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. That side-eye. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Oh! Hoist sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. We won't make you Dawn's servant by standing here and talking about it. I go wheresoever adventure is to be found. Yeah, hoist sail, and let the wind take us as she pleases. Yar. Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the swallows. Or shallows. Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Alright. Hello, Aaronville. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Oh. Meantime? Yeah, let's go! We're taking a big boat.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Bluefuswin? Is that how Bluefuswin? Alright.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
I'm ready.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Wuk Lamat.
Alright, here we go. Who's sailing?
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good.
That is not the voice I expected from that guy, but I love it.
But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
Yarr!
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliyollal and the Rite of Succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Yeah, like how are Thancred and Urianger sneaking aboard this ship, huh? That's my question. I know they're somewhere. We haven't seen them yet, but I know they're there.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Music is such a vibe. Alright. Got some people we can talk to. Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tural is still a good distance away. It might be a pleasant way to pass the time. Gotta talk to them all, you know? Wuk Lamat, deep breaths, deep breaths. It's Alize. I feel my edge start to dull in these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Some French name. Fonjontaine. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. Fonjontaine's the name. I was working at, Eshtames? Not sure how to say that. Eshtames Aesthetics in Alda. You see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliyollal seems like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Retired mercenary. I see you in Azoria before, you great and famous hero. Gah, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over, too many of our warband have fallen, and so we heed home to look our wounds. Oh, interesting. Early adventurer. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketemram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago. The Mamajul, or the Mamulja leader, is said to have welcomed Ketenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn. Spread across Eorzea like wildfire, his grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketemram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during the last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. True. Lalafellan Gleaner. Heard Aaronville was looking for passage to Tuliyollal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tural. Oh, I could just go back to old Charlian right here. Oops, I forgot something. BRB, guys. Alpha no. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. It's almost a similar design in the Leviathan fight. Swarthy Sailor. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny terror. There are 4 claimants in the Rite of Succession, your young Wuk Lamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mablu bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the 3rd premise. Self-assured trader. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Alda. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Tirali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetsaro, the Hrothgar, the Spiral? I don't know how to say that. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, fine, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Alright. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, loads. Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuk Lamat and Aaronville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Oh, storm's brewing. Alize's been at the drink?
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
I mean, yeah, that's probably the seasickness.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Aaronville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shitona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh!
We're in the teeth of a Llamahat! Reef that sail for the mast snaps!
Oh dear.
Only elders have watch! This wind's too strong to take in your I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Well, that was exciting.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Wuk Lamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Oh.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliyollal's coasts. Come.
All right.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We
only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Sure, yeah.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm.
Beast of a storm.
As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Hey Lou, how's it going? Saturday stream? Yeah, well, Dawntrail's out, so you know.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Aw, yeah.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
I am very excited to start. I spent yesterday leveling up Pictomancer. So I got them to level 90. And now we're now it's time to enjoy the expansion, you know?
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tuliyollal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a Rite of Succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuliyollal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
That armor's pretty cool. The feathers and everything.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
You won 2 matches? That's awesome. How many total matches did you play in?
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuliyollal.
Six matches? The 33% win rate, yo, that's pretty good. Ooh, we got that smooth jazz. Let's go. What an amazing city, as lively as Alda and even more colorful. Alright, Elfino. According to Aaronville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. I wonder what kind of trouble these soldiers are expecting. I'm the trouble, haha! Wuk Lamat. Ah, it's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. We made it. You have now arrived in Tuliyollal. Return to the city at any time is speaking with a swarthy sailor. Okay. I would ask if the journey tried you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. Yeah. Alright. There's 3 llamas. If you wanted to use the command, it's !Llamahat. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the Rite of Succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers. Wuk Lamat? Are you unwell? Yeah. This one's Cheryl. Let's see. The brown one. Or I guess the dark brown one. No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the Rite of Succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Wuk Lamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of our station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me, then. Alright, hopefully you get some good sleep there, Lou. Thanks for stopping by. Rohi, you and Kral can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuk Lamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Tuliyollal isn't going anywhere. Let's give Wuk Lamat a little more time. Right. Port official. Vessel is bound for Old Charlian and will be departing momentarily. Nope. Don't need to go anywhere. Man, they're really short. Are they like a new race? Like, I'm 3 foot something. 3'2"? My friend's height right there. This person. 5 foot. Alright, man. See you next time. Yeah, we'll just talk to Wuk Lamat. Oh, we got the morning music queuing up. Like the jungle Donkey Kong music. Fine now, really? Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself. What with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges, ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Dawntrail, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Alright. Bad baby. Yep, I know. Okay. Oh wait, I kind of want to look at the harbor a little bit more. I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for that. We got that morning sunrise light. Very pretty here. Let's do this. Well, there's the aetherite, but I think we'll... I wonder if we can attune to it. Yeah. See if we can see more of it. Shift the camera all the way up. It's pretty cool. Went too far. This is a pretty big city. I mean, so far from what I've been able to see. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliyollal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that they're here in Tuliyollal, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelupelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wakumeki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Hehe, I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Alright, well there's a little aetherite shard here, so might as well attune to it. What you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have aetherites in Tuliyollal? I think I told you before, but my brother Kawana spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Dawntrail. Dawntrail? Is that what they called it? Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuk Lamat gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders make sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Yes. How big this city map is. Like the military guard base. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyollal and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Elf-known Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. It's Sky Gates. So this is Sky Gate. See why it's called Sky Gate? Because you gotta look all the way up to the sky to see it. Massive, isn't it? Yep. And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhui. Oh my goodness. That reminds me of the meme that's going on right now. I won't say it. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yoktural, the southern lands of the mother, and Shoktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one of the great landmass, but long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Getting back to Shoktural, those lands are also part of the Tuliyollal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Shoktural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. Mark my words. You really mean that? Woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. Only you knew. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest and we'll continue the tour. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyollal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Creation stories are often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, could it be that Tyrell's legend was inspired by Heidelin's clash with Zodiark? We'll head west next, towards the Arc of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliyollal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Arc of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Alrighty then. Gotta go there. And we could just hide the UI while we run. The beautiful foliage and those rocks. Look at those rocks. Okay, I'm not gonna. I swear, I won't get into it. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of Yakwei Temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Shok Tural to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yakwei withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. But when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliyollal. We climb these sets of stairs here all the way up. Alright, well, let's go. Your scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. She's talking about these. Papa's palace is called Valok Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. Probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Right? Let's get the Aether right. If we can. It's right there. interesting courtyard design. Got like these planters up on pillars. I like this fountain. Oh, those doors open. Should we peek inside? Ooh, that might be for later. Okay. We'll come back. Don't worry. So we're going here. I wonder if these are lanterns that get lit at night. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Dawntrail clans. Amulja, Chakbaral, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanu. We also have Tonowata, Hetsaro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Dawntrail. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Trail. True representation of Tuliyollal's diverse character, the adornments of each building contribute to the electric cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. I want to see what this is all about. Ooh. I've always wanted one of like these plants as like a house plant. But I already have like 14 plants or something like that. I've run out of space. What are you growing here? Oh. Tomatoes? Yeah. Growing tomatoes. That's lovely. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Wait, where's the drum? Oh, that's the drum. Okay. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Well, I mean... an axe is sharp, and... Ooh, alpaca keep. Oh my goodness. Look at them. Look at them. I mean, I got a llama, but like... Who's prettier? My llama or the alpaca? I mean, they look very similar. Alright, so you can like use them to ride around instead of chocobos. Where are we going? Going this way. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? Oh. I think that's all one ship, not two different ones. I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliyollal. Oh, okay, so they're individual? We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Juana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ark of the Dawn awaits. I think there's a either right here. Okay, so it is two different ones. That's an interesting design though. I like it. Maybe we can take a closer look. Ooh, I really like this. This is like the... what do you call it? The thing that steers a ship. Oh, there's two more right there. Very cool. Oh, and there could be 3 more parked here. More? 3 more. Let's go cause a ruckus and bang on the big drum. I'll have anything to say? Hearing about dirigibles reminds me of the Ixal and their flying vessels, but whereas their designs use several bladders, it seems the Tuliyollal craft rely on one large envelope to lift them into the air. This is it, the Ark of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Dawntrail Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliyollal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievements. Through this gate is Kazama's Uka, the wetlands south of the city, depending on what the Rite of Succession asks of us. We might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka? The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas, fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kral. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Alright. And we're off. Okay, I'm gonna go up to this big drum. See if I can, you know, can we get up to it? Yeah. Oh, they're washing it, and they're both washing it. Okay, I'm just gonna. We'll just pretend we're banging the big drum. Ooh. What are these pillars? It looks like they tell a story. Are they all different or all the same? Looks like they're all the same. Or maybe they're slightly different. Oh, these parts of them are different. Okay. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyollal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? This spot's captured Kryle's attention. What is special with these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Suppose we have to do what she suggests. Right? Cutscene? Cutscene. Inspect the stone pillars. Yes. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... Right. It follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyollal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyollal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Okay. That's pretty cool. Oh. Click to lay a repast. Are they... Okay, let's start left to right. Lay of the Brotherhood. This pillar tells the Lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Ket. Something. I can never remember the name. Ketenram? Ah, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it assumed he was lost at sea. Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in the village of Kozamauka. Ah, the people of Ano almost mistook for Vanu. If not for the colorful plumage, he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. Lay of Pots. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Ozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Shakba'al, or Shakba'al? There's an apostrophe there. Like me. Oh, Wuk Lamat is from there. For decades, the Shakba'al and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yok'Ta'el. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyollal. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bajja known as Helions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Shakba'al men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yes. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelupelu whose homeland is in Urqopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliyollal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Oh, are those like the smaller people? Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Valigarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Taru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Oh, it's lighting up because it's nighttime. Valigarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed away in the Urqopacha mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valigarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliyollal's national emblem in adorning the banners at the palace. Lay of Proof. That big fellow is the Yakhui, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yok'Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, They then turn northwards, setting their sights on Shoktaral. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquer and withdrew into the mountains of Urqopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountain top and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tuliyollal history? Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliyollal's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history then? Yep. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. Like the sound of that. Me too. Okay, I need to get this aetherite. I think that's the last one. Or I think I missed one, so we didn't go near it. This one over here. What's this? Oh. Okay. It's, something. What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Limsa Lominsa. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliyollal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at the Chakbalav Tia Best. I'm probably butchering a lot of these names. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order at Old Uvu. Alright. I like her encouragement for just like, I need food right now, right in front of me, let's go. Ooh, this is nice. Bunch of patrons here. Oh look, they got like beach too? That's awesome. And like the nighttime atmosphere right now is pretty cool. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wuk Lamat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. Oh, it's got some nachos there. Some drinks, fruit platters. What else? What do we got? Oh, some skewers, sausages, kebabs. I don't know what those are. It looks like Brazilian barbecue, basically. There's the tacos. Alright. This is Baruch Uvu, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he is the greatest artisan in all of Tyrell. Man, I should have got some tacos.
Brook Evo!
Oh, it was pretty close.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh!
Oh no.
Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuk Lamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneeveling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tuliyollal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the Rite of Succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
Yeah, we'll bite your ankles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakuljaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest.
Why does he sound like he's on like an old telephone?
As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the Rite of Succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuk Lamat know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
Oh, but I'm hungry.
So it goes.
Well, we'll have to get the tacos later. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliyollal cuisine, but we should hurry and join Elfino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Corridor, or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Ah, my poor empty belly. Alright, we gotta go there. Let's go get this last Aetherites. Nice. All of them attuned. liking this jazz. Food is amazing. A passing Mamulja just let us try a fruit called cherry moya, and it was just sublime. Yes, rub it into our faces that our meal got stomped on. Saw a two-headed Mamulja on our way here, another claimant in the Rite of Succession, according to Aaronville. And we met him too, unfortunately. There are so many narrow, winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. You have a better feel for the city now? Yes. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Several cutscenes. Alright, let's go. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly corals. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Oh, look who it is. It's our favorite stinky boy.
Estinian? When did he get here?
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunpurge to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
He's like, ah, shit.
Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Llamahat. I want to hear of your adventures.
Llamahat.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solanash.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Llamahat's recruited allies.
That's me.
Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the rite is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
See ya, Stinky.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona. The third promise, Wuk Lamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Urqopacha. You four will compete in the Rite of Succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The Rite of Succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Got him.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the Rite of Succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you'll need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
The Tuliyollal Saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The Rite of Succession begins now. I'll be watching you progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Llamahat's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the Rite of Succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Llamahat win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
Made my decision. I want to see this journey through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Zeralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliyollal's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Zeralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Zeralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Zeralja, the palace seer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Zeralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Zeralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuk Lamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Zeralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you all right?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zeralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise. You must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the Rite of Succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me. Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliyollal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuk Lamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants.
This guy.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyollal. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliyollal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakuljaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
I like the hand.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, third promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Tuliyollal way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliyollal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuk Lamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuk Lamat was taking part in the Rite of Succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuk Lamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
As you just witnessed, Wuk Lamat has no great army of supporters, not yet at least. I know what drives Zoralja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. So Kona, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Charlian innovations. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. That two-headed claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he tried to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawn's servant, not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blood Garleans. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyollal Saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. Alrighty. We're off to the races. Can we jump on this house? Oh, we can. We're taking a shortcut. I don't know if we can jump down here. Oh, we can! Whee! And dead. Just kidding. Alright. Oh, we should set this as our return point. Preparation of intricately carved tablets for every claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no light-hearted matter. At a glance, they seem much the same. That makes everyone. Wuk Lamat, the tablets, if you would. Of course. Corporate wants you to find the differences between these two images. Everyone has a tablet. Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Alright. Well, I can see that one of these is really big and one of these is really small. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn servant said we were to retrace the path he walked and united Tyrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliyollal Saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlements. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelupelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yogg-Tyrell several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. Quite the gleaner. If it's information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. There she goes. There she goes again. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh, is this beachfront property we're going to? What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance. Wuk Lamat said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. Oh, such lovely little cottages, and they're on the water. Hell yeah. That's right, the reservation is under Wuk Lamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Urqopacha. I don't know what that is. Xbalyav. Shbalyav? The A? X is like a sound. Greetings, visitors to Tuliyollal, and welcome to the Forward Cabins. Wherever you are, I will show you to your rooms. Whenever you are ready, I'll show you to your rooms. So where are we go? Oh, we're going... Wait at the designated location. Alright. I like that little statue. What's up? Best you to be the keenest to head out. I'm ready. But where are Aaronville and Wuk Lamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Link pearls? Alphino is just like, I'm gonna slide into your DMs. This is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful in our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Alright, we got the helpful Hanu. Please ask anything, I'll gladly tell you what you want to know. What a stroke of luck to forge this connection to the palace. May it be the beginning of a profitable partnership. Wuk Lamat may not be as experienced or accomplished as her brothers, but she has an affinity for the people. For her, finding those willing to cooperate is as easy as asking. Let's see what the others say. Is there a reason for the reason the Pelupelu all wear those masks? Good question. Who would we speak to first, do you think? Even up close, the Hanu are remarkably similar to the Vanu, aside from those brilliant feathers, of course. Yeah, very, very similar. The Tuliyollal saga features a number of Tyrell's clans. Two of those, the Hanu and the Pelupelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozama Uka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urqopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wakun their village. Wachunpalo? Not sure. Now as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work for us? Pick our destination. Okay. The main scenario will branch into 2 quest paths. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hanu would temporarily prevent you from accepting quests from the Pelu, and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC once you have completed the series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail for the Rite of Succession. Interesting. Okay. Okay, do we want to pick the parrot Vanu, aka the Hanu? Or the Pelupelus? I'm kind of... I mean, it's kind of funny. The Pelupelus, like, remind me of my friend. So maybe I'll go with them first. But the parrot Hanus... I love it. So colorful. Okay, well let's see here. I'm gonna ask some people, but let's just go with the Pelupelu first. Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urqopacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork should we be wary of anything along the way. That is indeed the way to Urqopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing some more stumbling than walking. But to take heart when it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Is it the alpacas? We'll be back to talk to you in a good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Shabalav Teye. I don't know how to say that. It's all been arranged. Oh, maybe we should have chose this one first, because he looks like he could eat and drink. Rack up a good tab, you know what I mean? Oh, what's this? A blue quest. Oh, it's the new hunts. Okay. Yeah, it's the new hunt system for here. Alright. Well, I'll do that off stream. Okay, so we are going to... Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? The Pelupelu all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess at their age. The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. Ugh, why did it have to be alpacas? Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Oh, Fluffy. These animals can traverse Urqopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Dawntrail. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat at me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I mean, they're business people. I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. Pelupelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. Better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urqopacha, then that's what we'll do. Indeed.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urqopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urqopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Urqopacha, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Pelupelu.
Truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelupelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urqopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelupelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelupelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas.
Pelupelu peddlers. Say that 5 times fast.
They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
I mean, it is right there. palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuk Lamat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not to the same degrees as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. I could see more buildings down the path Bolnook was taking. Yeah. I wonder what's over that way. This is it. Wachinpelu, home of the Pelupelu. Wuk Lamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. Come all this way for the Rite of Succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with a future Dawn servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the soldiers of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady. That's right. Come, Third Promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. Heh, I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Erinvale, when did you... Ah, a Shatona from far-off Shok'Tarel. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. She's really pushing the sales. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuk Lamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelupelu. Let us all take Erinvale's words of caution to heart. Wuk Lamat is lucky to have Erinvale. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. It would seem the Pelupelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made to Pelupelu size, and mine too, come to think of it. This is a very cute village. Ooh, I like the little palm on top. Glows. Hello? Anybody home? Lower it a little bit. We got some square ones and round ones. We got like a... almost like a castle. Oh, it's a distillery. Oh, okay. This is where they make their special drink. Is Is it basically like tequila? Is tequila made from agave parts? I'm not sure. Thought it was. I think it is. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kral, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Wuk Lamat, you and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passersby. Rohi, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught to use, let us relay it to the third promise. Alrighty then. Welcome to the hosts of the Pelupelu. Watching Pelu. We have many local specialties on offer here, so please have a look around. They're all very nice. Well, let's attune to the Aetherites. Like there's 3 locations I gotta go to. Distillery worker. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the Rite of Succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care for who sits the throne so long as they keep Tyrell peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy double, they say. No thank you. Oh right, yes, you were asking about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobli, could probably tell you more about it. Isn't that who I... No, I didn't talk to them. I talked to... Sopli. I see. Impatient Porter. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the Rite of Succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. The first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well, you said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. Okay. Oh, here's the chocobo root, or alpaca roots. Gemstone trader. Ah, this is the bicolored gemstones. Okay. I think it's up there. Mablu. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobli, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Alright. so it looks like 2 people have mentioned that name. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. I found the same thing. Hello, Charmander. How are you doing today? Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Alright. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. Can't let fear deter me. No, not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could... Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, I know it's not you. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Nonchalant ranch hand. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise in our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the Rite of Succession then? You think I might be Tobli? Hahaha, well maybe I am. All I always say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. So the diligent one was warning us. what they were known for. Boastful has done the most rearing of alpacas. But would that make them Tobli? I'm gonna go with diligent. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. Let's see if we're correct. We know it's you, Tobli, and to prove it, I propose a deal, a generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. Offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobli, head ledger of Wachunpelu, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuliyollal Saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Found you out fair and square, Tobli. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! These little monsters spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't...
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Wuk Lamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Yep.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I did say something calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. So this is our sought-after Elector. Urqopacha puts me in mind of Garlemon's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. Judging by the volume of Wuk Lamat's scream, alpaca exportation must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. I've done my duty and signed the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I was impressed with how easily Zerul found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. As Wuk Lamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. 10,000 pel. I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. Trade up. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right, I panicked and got it confused with Elfino's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I just... I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again. Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuk Lamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. Don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although Rohi, I think you should go with Wuk Lamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Sure. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Rohi anyways. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Alright. Tending the alpacas, are we? I had some experience with that when I was younger. I have every confidence you'll come back with the saddle. I'd worry if it was just Wuk Lamat, but it sounds like Mablu knows a thing or two about trading. Turning 100 pel worth of wool into 10,000 pel saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. Alright. Where are we going? Up here? No, it's up there. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. Saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? This basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us. Third promise, such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on, did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zarel Jah will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. Nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuk Lamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profits. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliyollal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servants. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. But he already bought 3 times the amount. Will he buy more? Of course, the Weaver. Olnok was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. Is the spot. After Bolnok talked to us, he walked off to the south. And he was probably going to Ikulvol's Inn. Ikulvol's Inn? Most visitors to Pelupelu end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Hey buddy, remember us? Wanna buy some overpriced wool just because you believe in us? Thanks. Basically what we're doing. Oh. The little alpacas. Alright. Taking a look at everything. Oh, we meet again, but wait, weren't you all on your way to watching Pelupelu? I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Can I have that basket? Here you go, alpaca wool. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnok, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Am I to ask what this is all about? Well, you see, we want to take advantage. You want your charity, good sir. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Hooray! He's gullible. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Nice. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Balnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. So we just 5x'd our profits here. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Thank you. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Rohi remembered our weaver friend, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pelt poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Rohi, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. Alright, I'll hold on to it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? Obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Alright. So he's got weapons. He's already wearing a poncho. This guy's got a weapon? This guy doesn't have a weapon. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliyollal, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. We just so happen to have a poncho that will fit you perfectly. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. Add value at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Mablu's mate garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Mablu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Oh no. These ones will be the calm type, right? I don't know. Never ridden one. Excellent trade! Fine hatchet. Alrighty. Here we go again, riding alpacas. Well done, recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Alright. That, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Yes. Alright. Looks like it does it for me. I can sit back and relax. Made it. Made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Urqopacha's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuk Lamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Mablu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. You have that little axe for me? There you go. Fine hatchets. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Mablu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have in offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. Quality's acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves for exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. I may, Mistress Mablu, it's harvest season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. Oh. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. Do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuk Lamat. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms came about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you'd like. Mablu, Rohi, and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Alrighty, well, our first quest of just not talking. We're the fastest gatherer around. Oh, there's an Aether Current, but can I get it? Do I have... a thing? What is it under? It's under... No, that's not it. I thought there was an item that we used. Or did we just go up to it? Oh, we just go up to it, okay. Ah, there we go. I'm sure we've passed a few, but that's the first one I've seen. How big is this zone? Oh, it's pretty big, so... You've brought me some leaves, then. 5 bundles. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchets, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mat leaves. Premium mat. Is it mate? Premium mate? I don't know. Brought at the shop. 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Oh. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchets. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Toby's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Toby to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Toby held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zeralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuk Lamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Excellent trade! I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Before we go, let me give you the mat leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erinville's points. You know she's clumsy. Righty then, our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. I can just like teleport there, can I? Yeah. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. You could talk to people here in the distillery, Rohi. Perhaps Wuk Lamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Alright. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliyollal. I often come here to buy Gobli's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to all my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. Take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangements. Suvli. Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed at out of some perch. Okay. So he dresses poorly, he serves too strong of alcohol. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Alright. So we can offer to clear out the monsters. So, what did you find out? Well, several things. Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuk Lamat. Alright. Up there. And I guess we go up that. Look at the alpaca go. You have business with me, sir. Why don't you take down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? It's... Now what's this about? Keep it brief if you would, I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. Hmm? No deal, just like that. Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? So, I'm not sure if I have to pick them in order or... Yeah, let's go with the Invitation to the Palace. Oh. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mat tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize. I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. We offer to call the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. Hehe. As I expect you're aware, the Rite of Succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit. I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. While I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself, that said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. Oh. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for courts? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Balnak, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliyollal. Aha! As a supporter of Wuk Lamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that, saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Rohi and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Balnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Pelupelu. Be safe. Alrighty, let's go fight some stuff. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. Alright. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. This monster's no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Upgrade. There you go. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobli. Here are the mat leaves and a written introduction to Bolnock as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, agreed aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Nice. Success! Alright. Master Gobli's praise makes me confident I could be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pelt jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it! The trade we've been working towards. Phew! Still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an inspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Soral Ja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelupelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And I think we started out with only a 100-pelt basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success! Looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. Let's tell them the good news. Toby and Aaronville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Wuk Lamat's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? You know it. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, this is something I need to learn. Into those eyes, the fear of God. Great sunken gods, I did it. Great job. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuk Lamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zarel Ja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? The beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuk Lamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the first to find the Golden City, and then Tyrell can remain at peace. everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. Unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Yikes. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding in Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as strategy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient sun seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulol Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would reunite not only Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. Like we're not even family. Well, yet another NPC who wants to rule the world. Let's hope he doesn't have another god complex either, because jeez. I could never agree with Zeralja. I want Tuliyollal to be a land of peace, now and always. A golden alpaca in the flesh, like the golden city. I thought them a children's tale. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. Zeralja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace? But should he achieve this peace, then what? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would be warlord, which thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. I'll ponder Zeralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Urqopacha is northwest of here. Come on, everyone, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuk Lamat off on her hunts. I think one of my retainers has my Aether Compass. Because I don't think I have it. Yeah, that's the Zodiac glass. Well, I'll figure that out later. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Arunkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Thoraljaw may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuk Lamat is out on the running. She can do this. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Wuk Lamat know we're cheering for her. Alright. Slash cheer. Woo! You got this.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it.
But they're so cute and fluffy.
If I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuk Lamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, cleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the Rite of Succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it!
She needs healing.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Wuk Lamat was able to catch her alpaca, and Aaronville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? Wuk Lamat had no serious injuries to speak of, however, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Wuk Lamat is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. So relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Right? Level up. Wuk Lamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away the fatigue like magic though? Mate tea. Mate? Mate? I don't know. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Well, I was just gonna teleport. I wonder if there's an Aether current nearby. Yeah, looks like we can't go over there, so... I'll have to find where I put my Aether compass. I don't think there's a retainer bell here, so... Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuk Lamat can't be that far behind. I could go for some tea. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. Guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. Commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul-Jaja himself. Appa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliyollal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul-Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of dawn servants. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yokhui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul-Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul-Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelupelu from the Yokhui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. I like how their mugs have little alpacas on them. So it was that a few words from Gulul-Jaja transformed to us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelupelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures? While an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelupelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. True, she's going around winning the hearts of people. This is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. Perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuk Lamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Obli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parents, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urqopacha and the Pelupelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Toghrul and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelupelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the Saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I'd been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it. Ah, crap. Press the button. Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yoctoral around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. You want to know how it first came to be crafted? I could try to find out. Seeing it as it's a regular seller from many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tuliyollal and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Jah's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuk Lamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. All right. I never dare hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Four-legged troubles aside, Wuk Lamat completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. I mean, she did a little bit more than that, Arendelle. Come on. The Yokoi once ruled the entirety of Yoctoral. I'm curious to see what has become of them. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zoral Jah will not be easy. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoral Jah and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers, to be a promise that the people respects. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to Yav Te'e with us. The contest has hardly begun. Alright. And it looks like, yeah, so we just opened up the quests to start getting like Aether Currents and stuff like that. Alright, cool. And I have a feeling we're going to be going to this side later on, so let's continue with MSQ. Just return. This will probably be a good stopping point for the stream though, so I'll probably do the other stuff because I think we're going on to the next chapter. That's kind of how it seems. Like, I think we're going to go and help the Hanu now. The parrot Hanu. Oh. The other way. Yeah, so we've returned here, so we'll just see here. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Kozama Uka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your patient Hanu friend has to say. So let's just talk to all these. Without knowing how far the other claimants have progressed, taking anything other than a brief rest is out of the question. The rules of the contest seem clear enough now. The scenes from the saga point us in the direction of the electors, and the electors award us keystones for performing their feats. Simple. With one keystone already in hand, we've made an auspicious start to the contest. Hopefully our next attempt is equally successful. Wuk Lamat would have struggled to complete these feats alone. Bringing you together was the correct choice, it seems. Come on, Rohi, let's see what's waiting for us in the next village. Alright, awesome. So we're going to the Hanu part of the questline next. I love these guys. So I'm going to end the stream here. That was pretty good. That was a really fun questline. The alpacas were great. Yeah, that was really like interesting doing the trading. It was a really good way to like find out more about the Pelupelu people, and not just like their ways and their culture, but also what they themselves are interested in for the journey ahead. Because it seems that some of the younger ones are interested in war because of the prosperity it might bring, but the ones that are older and wiser have taught the younger ones about the past with war. It's not so glorious as they may think it is, and their current peace, they would rather have it extended than to, you know, be forced into war. So it seems like the Pelupelu people are very interesting. I wasn't expecting them to be their own race. Like, I thought they were just going to be like Midlanders, but they are their own peoples, which is really cool. And I like their outfits and their little hamlet, and how everything was alpaca themed. That was great. The little teapots and cups and everything, and the mezcal jars, and there's a bunch of stuff that had all of the alpacas all over it, the flags and everything. So it would be nice to see the village further. I don't know if we'll be seeing it more in MSQ, but I'll obviously be doing some of the other quests and all that off stream. And yeah, so I'll just keep the stream right now to just MSQ. Yeah, that was fun. So thank you everyone who came by and said hello. All of you silent viewers as well, and anyone who's watching this later on YouTube, I appreciate all your views very, very much. If you like this video, give it that sweet thumbs up. You know, subscribe if you like this content. leave a comment, you know, tell me what your favorite part of that questline was, because I'd be interested to know what others are thinking as well. Yeah, drink some water, stay hydrated, and as we learned in this questline, you know, be kind to one another. And alright, I'll catch you in the next one. I'll probably continue this tomorrow. I don't have a time set up, so it might be during the day, it might be during the evening. I'm not sure because of what I have going on. I have a dinner to go to, and then I also have the gym at night. So it'll probably be an afternoon stream, which is kind of weird, but we'll do it. It's a Sunday. Alright, so I'll end it here. So thanks everyone, and I'll see you next time.